What makes Red Dead Redemption unsettling is not its violence, its lawlessness, or even its tragedy. It is the way the game quietly insists that redemption is already impossible by the time the story begins. From the opening moments, the world does not ask whether John Marston can change. It asks whether change still matters in a world that has already decided what he is. John Marston does not enter the story as a free man. He is released. This distinction defines everything that follows. His freedom is conditional, transactional, and temporary. The government does not forgive him. It repurposes him. His past is not erased, it is weaponized. The very crimes he committed become the justification for using him as an instrument of state violence. Redemption, then, is not a personal journey. It is a performance enforced by power. John is told that if he hunts down his former family, if he dismantles the last remnants of outlaw freedom, if he cooperates fully, then he may be allowed to return to his wife and son. His humanity is reduced to leverage. His morality is irrelevant. Compliance becomes the only available virtue. This reframes the Western myth entirely. Traditionally, the outlaw is redeemed through self-determined sacrifice or moral awakening. In Red Dead Redemption, sacrifice is demanded before redemption is even considered. The state decides the terms. John does not atone, he obeys. The world itself reinforces this imbalance. Civilization is advancing relentlessly. Railroads expand. Law spreads. Bureaucracy replaces frontier justice. The wild is not being tamed, it is being erased. John is not fighting for a future. He is being used to clear the past out of the way. This makes him an anachronism. He belongs to a world that no longer exists, yet he is forced to help destroy it. Every former gang member he hunts is not just a target, they are mirrors of what he used to be. Each death is framed as progress, but it feels like erasure. The game does not celebrate these kills. It mourns them. Redemption becomes ironic. John's path toward legitimacy requires him to kill the last traces of the life that shaped him. He cannot integrate into society without first annihilating his own history. The world does not forgive outlaws, it consumes them to prove that forgiveness is unnecessary. This is why John's tone is so restrained. He does not rage against the system. He does not argue for justice. He accepts the terms because there are no alternatives. His silence is not resignation, it is understanding. He knows that this is not about redemption. It is about control. The government does not want John to change. It wants him to disappear. To do the work no one else can do, and then fade quietly into the myth of progress. Redemption, in this context, is a lie told to make compliance feel purposeful. By the end of this opening movement, Red Dead Redemption has already made its position clear. This is not a story about becoming good. It is a story about being useful long enough to be allowed to die. The state's monopoly on morality. Once John Marston's freedom is established as conditional, Red Dead Redemption exposes its next illusion, the state's monopoly on morality. The government does not simply enforce the law, it defines what is moral, retroactively and selectively, to suit its expansion. The men who control John do not present themselves as villains. They speak the language of order, progress, and necessity. Outlaws are framed as relics. Violence is reframed as cleanup. Murder becomes enforcement. The state does not deny brutality, it legitimizes it by redefining its purpose. This is how civilization justifies itself. John's former gang committed crimes openly. The state commits the same acts bureaucratically. The difference is not violence, but authorization. When killing serves progress, it becomes moral. When killing resists progress, it becomes criminal. This moral asymmetry is deliberate. John is not allowed to question the righteousness of his task. The narrative repeatedly presents his targets as flawed, broken, or already doomed. They are not innocent men, they are men who refuse to evolve. Their deaths feel inevitable because the world has already judged them obsolete. This judgment is the real weapon. Civilization does not defeat the frontier by force alone. It defeats it by declaring it immoral. The outlaw becomes a symbol of chaos, even when the system replacing him is just as violent. The difference is presentation. The government agents embody this hypocrisy perfectly. They are cruel, dismissive, and indifferent to suffering. Yet they are never held accountable because they operate under institutional legitimacy. Their violence leaves no stain because it is absorbed into paperwork, orders, and policy. John sees this clearly. He understands that he is not being redeemed, he is being reclassified. His usefulness grants him temporary legitimacy. Once that usefulness ends, so will his protection. Redemption is not moral transformation, it is administrative convenience. This explains why the game's tone resists triumph. Each successful mission brings John closer to release, but also closer to irrelevance. Civilization does not reward loyalty, it absorbs labor and discards the worker. The state does not need John once the frontier is pacified. The outlaw's value lies in transition. John exists to bridge two eras, the dying frontier and the rising bureaucracy. He knows the terrain, the people, the violence required. Once the bridge is crossed, it must be dismantled. Leaving it standing would threaten the illusion of progress. This is why the state cannot truly forgive. Forgiveness would imply continuity between past and present. Civilization requires rupture. The outlaw must not be rehabilitated, he must be erased. Redemption is offered only as a narrative comfort, not as an outcome. The player feels this tension constantly. You complete tasks dutifully, yet the world grows colder. The agents grow less respectful. The promises feel thinner. Progress does not feel hopeful, it feels final. Each step toward legitimacy makes the world smaller, more regulated, and less forgiving. The illusion of moral superiority cracks. By framing violence as progress, the state reveals itself as the most efficient outlaw of all. It does not reject the frontier's brutality, it systematizes it. Civilization wins not by becoming better, but by becoming untouchable. By the end of this section, Red Dead Redemption has inverted the Western myth again. The outlaw is not redeemed by civilization. Civilization redeems itself by destroying the outlaw. As the state's morality tightens around John Marston, Red Dead Redemption reveals what progress actually means in this world, a slow, polite execution of everything that does not fit. The frontier is not defeated in a single battle. It is dismantled patiently, methodically, until there is nowhere left for it to exist. This is why the game feels heavy with inevitability. The land itself is changing. Telegraph poles cut across the sky. Railroads slice through open terrain. Towns become administrative centers rather than gathering places. Law arrives not as justice, but as infrastructure. The world does not ask whether this change is good, it assumes it is unavoidable. John is trapped inside this assumption. He is not resisting progress. He is being used to enforce it. Each outlaw he hunts represents a version of life that no longer has permission to exist. They are not defeated because they are wrong, they are defeated because time has moved past them. This is what makes their deaths tragic rather than triumphant. Many of John's former allies are broken, tired, or clinging to myths they no longer believe. They are not villains. They are survivors of a system that has already written them off. Killing them does not feel like justice, it feels like closing a door that was already locked. Progress does not argue. It proceeds. The game repeatedly shows that resistance to modernization is framed as moral failure. Those who refuse to adapt are labeled violent, primitive, or dangerous. Civilization never admits that it is destroying a way of life, it claims it is saving people from themselves. This claim is never interrogated by the state. But John interrogates it silently. His dialogue is restrained, almost weary. He does not celebrate the future. He does not glorify the past. He understands that both are lies. The frontier was brutal. Civilization is cruel. The difference is that civilization hides its cruelty behind inevitability. This inevitability is what removes moral responsibility. If change is unavoidable, then no one is to blame. The state does not kill outlaws, it replaces them. Progress does not execute, it advances. Language becomes the tool that sanitizes violence. John's role is to make that sanitization possible. By using a former outlaw to destroy the frontier, the state can claim continuity without guilt. It did not erase the past, it absorbed it. The illusion of progress depends on this narrative. Someone like John must exist to make the transition feel earned rather than imposed. But John knows the truth. He sees that progress does not redeem, it eliminates. Once his usefulness ends, he will be no different from the men he hunted. Obsolete. Inconvenient. Dangerous by definition. This is why the game never allows hope to take root. Even moments of calm, riding through open land, sitting with family, helping strangers, feel temporary. The world is closing in. The space for someone like John is shrinking. Redemption does not expand possibility, it narrows it. The frontier is not dying violently. It is being suffocated politely. By the end of this section, Red Dead Redemption has transformed progress into its true antagonist. Not a villain, not a force to be fought, but a process that cannot be reasoned with or resisted. The outlaw is not defeated by a better world. He is defeated by a world that no longer needs him alive. The lie of redemption. When inevitability, usefulness, and progress converge, Red Dead Redemption delivers its first irreversible truth: redemption is never actually offered. It is promised rhetorically, but structurally impossible. John Marston is not being guided toward forgiveness, he is being marched toward disposal. The illusion of redemption exists to justify compliance. The state frames John's mission as a path back to legitimacy, but legitimacy is never defined. There is no document, no pardon, no concrete endpoint. There is only the next task, the next target, the next demand. Redemption is always one mission away, perpetually deferred. This deferral is intentional. A redeemed outlaw would represent continuity between the frontier and civilization. The system cannot allow that. Progress requires rupture. The outlaw must not be integrated, he must be erased so the new order can pretend it emerged cleanly. John senses this, even if he never articulates it. His obedience is not hopeful. It is pragmatic. He understands that refusal means immediate destruction, while compliance offers at least the illusion of time. Redemption becomes a bargaining chip rather than a moral destination. This reframes the idea of usefulness. John is valuable only as long as he can reach men the state cannot. His past is tolerated because it is exploitable. The moment his past stops being useful, it becomes disqualifying again. There is no path where usefulness transforms into belonging. This is the core cruelty of the system. Civilization does not rehabilitate, it extracts. It takes what it needs from the old world and discards the rest. John is not invited into the future. He is used to clear the ground for it. This is why redemption feels hollow even when progress is made. Each completed task brings John closer to his family, yet the world grows more hostile. The agents grow colder. The terms feel thinner. Redemption is not approaching, it is receding, because the closer John gets to irrelevance, the less reason the state has to keep him alive. The Western fantasy collapses here. There is no final showdown where the outlaw earns peace. There is no moral victory that redeems a violent past. There is only a system that rewards obedience temporarily and punishes obsolescence permanently. This makes John's restraint deeply tragic. He does not fight the system because he understands that fighting would only confirm what it already believes, that men like him do not belong in the future. His compliance is a form of quiet resistance, an attempt to carve out a few more moments of humanity before the inevitable arrives. But inevitability cannot be negotiated with. Progress does not forgive. The state does not forget. Redemption does not arrive. By the end of Section 1, Red Dead Redemption has dismantled its own title. Redemption is revealed not as a promise, but as a myth used to smooth the transition from one violent era to another. John Marston is not seeking absolution. He is being allowed to exist only until the world no longer needs him alive. Family as leverage. Once redemption is exposed as a lie, Red Dead Redemption reveals the mechanism that makes obedience unavoidable: family as leverage. The state does not merely threaten John Marston's life. It threatens the one thing that still gives his life meaning. Love becomes the final chain. John's wife and son are not protected. They are collateralized. From the moment John is released, their safety is conditional. The promise is never spoken outright, but it is always present: comply, and your family lives in peace; fail, and they pay the price. The state does not need to brandish this threat explicitly. Its silence is enough. This transforms loyalty into coercion. John is not loyal to the government. He is loyal to his family. The system exploits this distinction perfectly. By framing obedience as the only way to preserve love, it converts affection into compliance. John's moral center is turned against him. This is a more effective control than fear. A man can endure threats to himself. He can rationalize pain, imprisonment, even death. But threats to family remove abstraction. They force immediacy. The state understands that love is not a weakness, it is a pressure point. The tragedy is that John accepts this bargain willingly. Not because it is fair, but because refusing it would violate his own values. The system never has to break him. It lets him break himself by acting in accordance with who he believes he must be. This is how the illusion of choice is preserved. John appears to choose cooperation. In reality, the choice has been engineered so that every alternative is morally intolerable. Freedom exists only as a technicality. The outcome is fixed by emotional design. This reframes the idea of loyalty again. John is not loyal to the state, nor even to the law. He is loyal to a private vision of peace, a quiet life, a family, a chance to stop killing. The system dangles this vision just close enough to keep him moving. But that peace is incompatible with the world he lives in. Civilization is not offering John sanctuary. It is offering him delay. As long as he is useful, his family remains untouched. The moment he ceases to serve, that protection evaporates. Love does not secure freedom, it secures temporary immunity. This makes every family moment feel fragile. When John visits his wife and son, the scenes are not comforting. They are tense. The world presses in from every side. The homestead feels exposed, provisional, as if it could be revoked at any moment. Domestic life is not refuge, it is a hostage situation with better scenery. The state never needs to say this out loud. Its power lies in implication. John understands the rules instinctively. His silence is not ignorance, it is calculation. He knows that asking for guarantees would expose the truth: there are none. This is why redemption feels cruel rather than hopeful. The reward John is promised is not absolution. It is the right to stop running, for a while. Family becomes the illusion that makes obedience bearable. Love is weaponized not because it is weak, but because it is sacred. By the end of this part, Red Dead Redemption makes a devastating claim. The system does not need to chain a man directly. It only needs to convince him that the people he loves are safer when he obeys. Manufactured loyalty. Once family becomes leverage, Red Dead Redemption exposes the next layer of control: manufactured loyalty. John Marston is not expected to believe in the state. He is expected to behave as if he does. Loyalty here is not ideological, it is procedural. The government never asks John to agree with its values. It asks him to perform them. Each task he completes reinforces the illusion that he is choosing the side of order. In reality, he is demonstrating reliability. Loyalty is measured not by conviction, but by consistency. As long as John continues to act predictably, the system tolerates his presence. This tolerance is mistaken for trust. John is given limited autonomy. He is allowed to travel, to negotiate, to use violence as needed. This freedom feels real, but it is conditional. It exists only because it serves the system's goals. The moment autonomy threatens stability, it will be revoked. This is how false domesticity is constructed. The promise of a peaceful family life is used to normalize obedience. John is shown glimpses of what compliance could buy him: a ranch, routine, predictability. These scenes are not rewards, they are conditioning. They train him to associate submission with safety. But domesticity is never secure. The ranch is isolated, vulnerable, and constantly surveilled. Lawmen pass through. Neighbors watch. The sense of exposure never fades. Peace exists only as long as the system chooses not to intervene. This makes domestic life feel performative. John is not living freely with his family. He is rehearsing the appearance of normalcy. The illusion of peace depends on constant restraint. Any deviation, violence, refusal, unpredictability would invite immediate correction. The cruelty of this arrangement is subtle. The system allows John to taste what he can never fully have. It shows him a future that exists only under supervision. Loyalty is maintained not through force, but through longing. The closer John gets to peace, the more dangerous it becomes to lose it. This dynamic mirrors the broader logic of progress. Civilization does not eradicate the frontier violently. It offers assimilation under conditions that strip autonomy. The outlaw is not killed immediately, he is domesticated. But domestication requires constant threat to remain effective. John senses this contradiction deeply. His interactions with his family are filled with hesitation. He does not promise safety. He does not plan long-term. He lives moment to moment, aware that stability is temporary. Loyalty, for him, is not belief, it is endurance. This reveals why manufactured loyalty is so effective. It does not require indoctrination. It exploits responsibility. John's desire to protect his family becomes the mechanism that keeps him compliant. The system does not need to convince him that it is right. It only needs to convince him that disobedience is worse. This creates a moral trap. Every act of obedience feels justified because it is done for love. Every compromise feels necessary. Over time, the distinction between coercion and choice erodes. Loyalty becomes indistinguishable from survival strategy. By the end of this part, Red Dead Redemption clarifies something brutal. The most efficient way to control a man is not to threaten him with death. It is to offer him a life he can only keep by obeying. The provisional peace. As loyalty is manufactured and domestic peace is dangled just out of reach, Red Dead Redemption reveals the cruelest truth of all: peace is always provisional. It is not a state to be achieved, but a condition to be revoked. Safety exists only until it becomes inconvenient. John's family is never truly released. They are paused. The state allows them to live quietly not because John has earned peace, but because the system has not yet finished extracting value from him. Peace is not a reward, it is a delay tactic. It keeps John compliant while the machinery of progress completes its work. This is why safety feels fragile at every turn. The ranch is not a sanctuary. It is an open field. Neighbors are not community, they are witnesses. Lawmen do not protect, they observe. The landscape itself communicates impermanence. Every wide horizon feels like exposure rather than freedom. John understands this intuitively. He never relaxes fully. He never believes in permanence. His attempts at normalcy are restrained, careful, almost apologetic. He is trying to fit into a world that has not decided whether it will tolerate him yet. This uncertainty is intentional. The system thrives on conditional stability. As long as peace can be revoked, obedience remains rational. The threat does not need to be spoken. Its possibility is enough. John's awareness of this possibility governs every decision he makes. This prepares the ground for betrayal. A system that offers provisional peace must eventually reclaim it. Otherwise, the illusion risks becoming real. If John were allowed to live freely, the myth of redemption would collapse. The outlaw would have survived progress. Civilization cannot permit that outcome. So the system waits. It allows John to believe, just long enough to deepen his attachment. Just long enough to make loss devastating. Peace becomes the setup for violence rather than its opposite. The illusion reaches its peak effectiveness right before it is shattered. This mirrors the broader pattern of progress again. The frontier is not destroyed immediately. It is tolerated, then absorbed, then eliminated. Temporary coexistence softens resistance. When the final erasure comes, it feels tragic rather than unjust. Nostalgia replaces outrage. John's story follows the same arc. He is not executed when he is no longer useful. He is released. Given land. Given time. Given the illusion of completion. The system pretends that the contract has been honored, because pretending makes what comes next feel inevitable rather than cruel. This is the quiet genius of the narrative. The player is invited to believe in peace alongside John. You begin to imagine that maybe obedience worked. Maybe the deal was real. Maybe redemption was possible after all. The illusion does not collapse, it ripens. And that ripeness is what makes the betrayal devastating. By the time peace is revoked, it feels personal. The system has not merely removed safety, it has violated trust. But trust was never granted. It was implied strategically, never guaranteed. John's tragedy is not that peace is taken away. It is that peace was never actually offered. The system only needed John to believe it was. By the end of this part, Red Dead Redemption prepares the player for its final cruelty. Not sudden violence, but the realization that everything you worked for was designed to be temporary from the start. The inevitability of betrayal. When peace is revealed as provisional, Red Dead Redemption completes the illusion by exposing the inevitability of betrayal. The system never breaks its promise explicitly. It fulfills it just enough to make what follows feel justified rather than cruel. John Marston is not executed for failure. He is eliminated for completion. Once the frontier is pacified, once the last remnants of outlaw life are erased, John's usefulness expires. The system no longer needs leverage. Family ceases to be collateral. Redemption ceases to be relevant. The contract ends, not because John violated it, but because he fulfilled it too well. This is the final logic of progress. Civilization does not tolerate exceptions. An outlaw who survives redemption would undermine the narrative that progress cleanses itself. John cannot be allowed to exist as proof that the old world could be absorbed without destruction. His survival would introduce ambiguity, and ambiguity threatens authority. So betrayal becomes necessary. The government does not hunt John out of vengeance. It does so out of consistency. The same logic that justified using him now justifies erasing him. Progress must appear seamless. There must be no living reminders that the system relied on the very violence it condemns. This is why the betrayal feels so cold. There is no rage, no drama, no moral reckoning, just procedure. Orders are executed. Men are deployed. The system does not hate John, it has finished with him. This procedural indifference is the story's sharpest critique. Violence committed by the state lacks emotional weight because emotion would imply responsibility. By treating betrayal as routine, the system absolves itself. It was never personal. It was never cruel. It was simply necessary. John's awareness of this truth gives his final moments their power. He does not beg. He does not rage. He understands. Resistance would not expose injustice, it would confirm it. The system does not need to be convinced. It has already decided. This understanding is what separates John from his former gang. They believed in loyalty, rebellion, or escape. John believes in none of these. He knows that the frontier did not lose, it expired. And expiration is not negotiated with. The illusion of the deal collapses fully here. There was no path to safety. There was only a path to delay. The state never intended to integrate John into the future. It intended to use him to destroy the past, then remove him as evidence. Family, loyalty, peace, all were tools. This makes the betrayal structurally inevitable. If John had failed, he would have been killed as a criminal. Because he succeeded, he is killed as an inconvenience. There was never an outcome where he lived freely. Redemption was not a destination, it was a countdown. By the end of Section 2, Red Dead Redemption has stripped away the last comfort. The system does not break promises. It fulfills them in ways that ensure only the system survives. John Marston's tragedy is not that he trusted the wrong people. It is that he trusted a system that cannot allow its tools to live once they are no longer useful. Death is containment. By the time betrayal arrives, Red Dead Redemption no longer treats death as a surprise. It treats it as structure. John Marston's end is not a twist, a punishment, or a moral reckoning. It is the only outcome the system ever allowed. Death is not the failure of redemption. It is its completion. From the beginning, John's life is framed as temporary. Every promise is conditional. Every kindness is provisional. Every step toward peace is paired with surveillance. The narrative does not hide this. It repeats it quietly until inevitability feels natural. When death comes, it does not shock, it confirms. This is why the final confrontation lacks drama. There is no villain speech. No emotional confrontation with the system. Just men following orders, weapons raised, a perimeter closing in. The state does not need to explain itself because explanation would imply doubt. Certainty is the system's true weapon. John understands this before the bullets fly. His final actions are not desperate. They are deliberate. He sends his family away. He chooses isolation. He steps outside knowing exactly what will happen. This is not resignation, it is clarity. He sees the design and refuses to let it claim more than it already has. Death, here, is not escape. It is containment. By dying alone, John prevents the system from extending its reach further into his family. His sacrifice is not redemptive, it is defensive. He cannot win, but he can limit damage. This is the only agency the system allows at the end. The game frames this moment without spectacle for a reason. Spectacle would turn death into meaning. Red Dead Redemption refuses that comfort. The violence is sudden, overwhelming, and impersonal. John is not executed as a criminal or honored as a hero. He is neutralized as a variable that has outlived its purpose. This reframes martyrdom entirely. John does not die to save the world, to inspire change, or to achieve absolution. He dies because the system cannot permit him to live. His death does not transform society. It preserves it. Civilization continues uninterrupted. This is why the title becomes brutally ironic. There is no redemption for John Marston, not because he is unworthy, but because redemption is incompatible with progress as the game defines it. A redeemed outlaw would represent continuity between eras. The system demands erasure, not integration. Death is the cleanest solution. It removes contradiction. It simplifies history. It allows the state to present itself as uncontested. John's existence becomes a closed chapter rather than an unresolved question. The player is forced to witness this without intervention. You cannot save John. You cannot outshoot the system. The mechanics themselves enforce inevitability. Control is stripped away at the exact moment when hope might otherwise appear. The game aligns form and meaning perfectly. This alignment delivers the section's central truth: John's death is not tragic because it is unfair. It is tragic because it is necessary for the illusion of progress to remain intact. By the end of this part, Red Dead Redemption reveals that death is not the opposite of redemption. It is the system's final proof that redemption was never meant to be real. The silence of aftermath. After John Marston's death, Red Dead Redemption makes a choice that defines its philosophical weight. Nothing changes. There is no upheaval, no reckoning, no exposure of injustice that forces the world to respond. The system absorbs the event and continues forward, untouched. This is sacrifice without salvation. John's death resolves a problem. It does not resolve a wrong. The state achieves exactly what it set out to do. The frontier is pacified. The outlaw is erased. The illusion of moral progress remains intact. There is no public acknowledgement of what was done or why it was necessary. Silence becomes confirmation that the system has won. This is why the aftermath feels hollow. The world does not mourn John. Towns do not change. Institutions do not falter. The violence that ended his life leaves no visible scar on civilization. The absence of consequence is the point. Sacrifice, in this world, is not meant to inspire, it is meant to stabilize. The illusion relies on this stability. If sacrifice produced transformation, it would invite questions. Why was this necessary? Who benefited? What must change so it never happens again? The system cannot allow these questions to surface. So it ensures that sacrifice leads only to continuation. John's death is therefore framed as closure. Not closure for justice, but closure for narrative discomfort. The outlier ends cleanly. Loose ends are tied off. The contradiction of a man who served progress yet embodied its violence is removed. The story simplifies itself by eliminating complexity. This simplification extends to memory. John becomes a story rather than a problem. His actions are absorbed into the mythology of the West, stripped of context, and rendered harmless. Once violence is historicized, it loses its capacity to indict the present. This is how systems survive their own brutality. They turn victims into symbols and symbols into nostalgia. The pain remains real, but it is displaced into the past, where it can no longer threaten authority. The introduction of Jack Marston reinforces this pattern. The world does not change to protect him. It waits. It watches. It allows him to grow inside the same structures that consumed his father. The system does not learn, it reproduces. The cycle continues, unbroken. This reveals the true function of sacrifice in Red Dead Redemption. Sacrifice is not meant to save anyone else. It is meant to prevent disruption. John's death ensures that no living witness remains who can contradict the narrative of progress. His absence makes the system's story easier to tell. This is why death feels so final. Not because it ends suffering, but because it ends resistance. A dead man cannot complicate history. He cannot testify. He cannot exist as proof that the system relied on violence it claims to have surpassed. The player is left with an uncomfortable realization. You did everything you were asked to do. You followed the rules. You fulfilled the contract. And the outcome was predetermined. Sacrifice did not grant redemption, it validated the system that demanded it. This reframes heroism entirely. Heroism is no longer defined by change, justice, or liberation. It is defined by usefulness until removal. A hero is someone who serves the system completely, then disappears without destabilizing it. By the end of this part, Red Dead Redemption delivers a devastating conclusion: death does not resolve injustice. It resolves inconvenience. And a system that depends on sacrifice to function is not redeemed by it, it is merely preserved. Legacy is contamination. With John Marston gone and the world unchanged, Red Dead Redemption turns to its most unsettling move, legacy. Not as inheritance of hope, but as inheritance of damage. The story refuses to end with death alone. It insists on asking what happens next when a system consumes someone completely, and then hands the aftermath to their child. Jack Marston does not inherit freedom. He inherits absence. His father's death does not liberate him from the system that killed John. It introduces him to it. The lesson reminding him is not subtle: obedience did not save his father. Violence did. And even that came too late. This is the system's quiet cruelty. It does not punish the next generation directly. It educates them through loss. Jack grows up understanding that the world does not reward compliance with mercy. It rewards power with survival. This understanding does not come from ideology, it comes from experience. Legacy becomes contamination. John tried to shield his family by absorbing violence himself. He believed that by complying fully, he could end the cycle. Instead, he teaches Jack the one thing civilization cannot tolerate, that the system lies about redemption. This knowledge is dangerous. The system thrives on people believing that obedience leads somewhere. Jack knows it does not. His father did everything he was asked to do and was erased anyway. The illusion cracks not through rebellion, but through memory. This is why Jack's transformation feels inevitable. He does not become violent out of anger alone. He becomes violent because violence is the only language that produced results in his life. The state's authority killed his father. Revenge restores balance, not morally, but emotionally. The tragedy is that the system anticipated this outcome. By allowing Jack to grow, it ensures continuity of the myth. Another outlaw emerges. Another story can be reminded. Another example of inevitability can be folded into history. The system does not fear cycles, it depends on them. Jack's choice is framed as personal, but it is structurally guided. The world offers him no alternatives that feel meaningful. Peace failed his father. Law betrayed him. Legacy becomes destiny not because Jack wants it, but because every other path has been discredited by experience. This is how inheritance replaces choice. Jack does not rebel against civilization. He accepts its logic and mirrors it. If the state uses violence to enforce order, then violence must be legitimate. If redemption is a lie, then retribution becomes truth. The cycle completes itself quietly. John's death did not end the outlaw era. It refined it. The frontier no longer exists as geography, but it persists as psychology. Civilization may have expanded, but it did not eliminate the conditions that produce violence. It only changed who authorizes it. This reveals why legacy is the system's most powerful weapon. It does not need to indoctrinate every generation. It only needs to let children observe what happens to their parents. Trauma becomes education. Loss becomes instruction. Memory replaces myth. Jack's inheritance is not his father's land or name. It is the knowledge that obedience does not protect you. This knowledge ensures that the system never truly wins peace. It wins stability, but breeds resentment. It eliminates outlaws, but creates successors. The illusion of progress is maintained, but the cost accumulates quietly. By the end of this part, Red Dead Redemption makes its bleakest statement yet. The system does not end violence. It teaches it, one generation at a time. And in doing so, it ensures that redemption remains permanently out of reach, not because people are incapable of change, but because the world refuses to allow them to inherit anything except the consequences of what came before. Rebellion is continuity. With legacy firmly established, Red Dead Redemption delivers a final revelation about rebellion itself. The system does not fear it. Rebellion, when inherited, becomes predictable. And predictability is the opposite of threat. Jack Marston's violence is not an anomaly. It is an outcome the system has already accounted for. By allowing cycles of loss and retaliation to repeat, civilization maintains control without needing to intervene constantly. Rebellion becomes episodic rather than transformative. It flares up, burns out, and is absorbed into history. The system survives because rebellion never targets its foundations, only its representatives. This is why Jack's revenge feels hollow. Killing the man responsible for his father's death does not dismantle the machinery that ordered it. It does not change the logic that justified it. It offers emotional resolution without structural consequence. The system remains intact, untouched by the act meant to defy it. This is not failure on Jack's part. It is design. The system allows rebellion because it channels anger away from architecture and toward individuals. Personal vengeance replaces collective reckoning. Pain finds release, but nothing changes. The illusion of justice substitutes for justice itself. This mirrors John's fate precisely. John obeyed and died. Jack rebels and lives, but only briefly, and only within the same constraints. One path ends in compliance, the other in retaliation. Neither produces freedom. Both preserve the system. Legacy locks this cycle into place. Each generation inherits a narrow range of options shaped by what came before. John believed obedience could buy peace. Jack believed violence can restore balance. Both beliefs are disproven by the same structure that encouraged them. This reveals why the system does not fear endings. It prevents them. Even death does not end this story. It merely shifts perspective. The illusion persists by ensuring that no action, obedience, or rebellion can conclude it. Every outcome feeds continuity. The frontier's disappearance was supposed to mark progress. Instead, it marked consolidation. Violence did not vanish. It was centralized. Authority did not replace chaos, it absorbed it. Outlaws became criminals. Lawmen became enforcers. The same acts continued under different names. Remembering this is dangerous, because it exposes the truth that redemption, rebellion, and sacrifice are all managed expressions within a closed system. They feel different. They carry different moral weight. But they converge on the same result: preservation. This is why Red Dead Redemption ends not with triumph or despair, but with exhaustion. The player is not inspired. They are emptied. The world feels smaller, colder, and more constrained than before. Progress has occurred, but at the cost of possibility. By the end of Section 3, the game has stripped away every comforting illusion. Death does not save. Legacy does not liberate. Rebellion does not threaten power. The system survives because it offers just enough meaning to keep people moving without ever allowing them to escape. John Marston's story was never about redemption. It was about demonstrating that in a world built on progress and erasure, no path is allowed to end the cycle. The myth of the frontier. With the cycle secured through death and legacy, Red Dead Redemption turns to its most subtle weapon: myth. Not myth as fantasy, but myth as selective memory, the process by which history is softened, edited, and repackaged until violence feels not only acceptable, but necessary. The frontier does not disappear. It is rebranded. Stories replace facts. Songs replace suffering. Nostalgia replaces accountability. The brutal complexity of the past is distilled into symbols that can be admired without being confronted. Outlaws become legends. Lawmen become pioneers. Progress becomes destiny. This transformation is essential to the system's survival. If history were remembered accurately, it would indict the present. It would reveal that civilization did not replace chaos, it organized it. That law did not end violence, it monopolized it. Myth prevents this recognition by converting history into heritage. John Marston is absorbed into this myth immediately. His life is not remembered as coercion, betrayal, or erasure. It becomes a story of a man who could not escape his past. This framing is convenient. It places responsibility on the individual rather than the system that engineered his end. Tragedy becomes personal instead of structural. Myth is not neutral. It assigns blame. By recasting John as a relic of a violent era, the system absolves itself. Civilization appears clean, forward-looking, and justified, reminding itself that people like John had to disappear for progress to occur. This is why nostalgia is so dangerous. It allows admiration without reflection. People long for the romance of the West without acknowledging the cost of its closure. The myth preserves aesthetics, open land, rugged independence, while erasing the mechanisms that destroyed them. The game's world is filled with this tension. You ride through landscapes that feel vast yet constricted. Beauty exists alongside surveillance. Freedom exists alongside inevitability. The myth promises openness, but the reality enforces limits. Nostalgia comforts even as it lies. This lie extends to violence itself. Gunfights are framed as moments of clarity, courage, or necessity. The slow violence of displacement, coercion, and systemic erasure is hidden behind spectacle. Myth prefers explosions to paperwork, duels to policies. This preference is strategic. Spectacular violence feels exceptional. Bureaucratic violence feels invisible. By focusing memory on the former, the system ensures that the latter continues unquestioned. Progress becomes a story of brave decisions rather than administrative cruelty. Jack Marston inherits this myth along with his trauma. He grows up surrounded by stories that justify what happened to his father. The world tells him that men like John were doomed. That change was inevitable. That violence was unfortunate but required. These stories compete with his lived experience and eventually overpower it. Myth wins through repetition. The more often a story is told, the more natural it feels. Over time, inevitability replaces responsibility. What happened no longer feels chosen, it feels ordained. This is how systems escape judgment. They transform their actions into history, then transform history into myth. Once this process is complete, questioning the present feels like questioning reality itself. By the end of this part, Red Dead Redemption reveals that the system's greatest defense is not force or law. It is the story it tells afterward. Nostalgia is anesthetic. Once myth takes hold, Red Dead Redemption reveals its most insidious function: nostalgia as anesthetic. Nostalgia does not merely remember the past, it numbs the pain that remembering should cause. It allows violence to be acknowledged without being felt. Nostalgia reframes loss as beauty. The dying frontier becomes something to admire rather than mourn. Its collapse is no longer an injustice, but a melancholy inevitability. Suffering is softened into atmosphere. Brutality is filtered into tone. The past becomes safe precisely because it is no longer dangerous to question. This safety is deceptive. Nostalgia removes urgency. When violence is remembered fondly, it no longer demands accountability. The system relies on this emotional distance. It needs people to feel wistful, not angry. Sentimentality replaces outrage. The world of Red Dead Redemption is saturated with this tension. Music swells over empty landscapes. Sunsets linger longer than gunshots. Silence replaces confrontation. These moments are not neutral, they are editorial. They guide the player toward feeling loss without assigning blame. This is how selective memory operates. The game remembers gunfights vividly but forgets the policies that made them necessary. It remembers personal tragedy but not systemic design. Individual choices are foreground, institutional coercion fades into background texture. Nostalgia thrives on this imbalance. It allows people to say, things were harsh back then, without asking who made them harsh or who benefited. Hardship becomes a natural feature of the past rather than a manufactured condition. This benefits progress enormously. If the past is remembered as inherently violent, then the present appears enlightened by contrast. Civilization becomes the solution rather than the continuation. Law looks benevolent simply because it is quieter. But quiet does not mean harmless. The same forces that erased the frontier now operate invisibly. Surveillance replaces gunfire. Contracts replace threats. Bureaucracy replaces brute force. Nostalgia distracts from this continuity by convincing people that violence ended when the frontier did. Jack Marston grows up inside this anesthetic memory. He inherits stories that frame his father's death as tragic but unavoidable. The system's role is softened. Responsibility dissolves into atmosphere. Jack's anger exists, but it is isolated, personal, and ultimately absorbed. This absorption is crucial. Nostalgia allows anger to burn out without spreading. It localizes grief. Each loss feels unique rather than systemic. Without shared outrage, there can be no collective reckoning. The illusion of closure depends on this. By aestheticizing the past, the system prevents it from becoming a site of resistance. Memory becomes consumption rather than confrontation. People revisit the frontier as entertainment, not as evidence. This is why nostalgia is more dangerous than fear. Fear provokes action. Nostalgia invites comfort. It convinces people that what was lost cannot be recovered, and therefore reminds them not to try. The past becomes something to admire, not something to learn from. By the end of this part, Red Dead Redemption makes a devastating observation. The system does not need people to forget violence. It only needs them to remember it gently. Rewriting morality. When nostalgia dulls pain, Red Dead Redemption reveals the next consequence: selective memory reshapes morality itself. History is not merely remembered, it is edited until resistance appears naive, outdated, or irresponsible. The past is reorganized so that submission feels mature and rebellion feels childish. This is how moral authority is rewritten. Actions once driven by necessity are reframed as recklessness. Violence that resisted domination becomes criminal, while violence that enforced order becomes regrettable but justified. The same act acquires opposite meanings depending on who performed it and when. Selective memory does not erase facts. It reassigns value. Outlaws are remembered as symbols of chaos rather than responses to dispossession. Their defiance is stripped of context and recast as ego, greed, or savagery. Meanwhile, the institutions that displace them are remembered as inevitable progress rather than deliberate design. This inversion is crucial. If resistance is remembered as foolish, then obedience becomes wisdom. If rebellion is framed as immaturity, then submission feels like growth. Civilization defines adulthood as acceptance of limits rather than questioning them. John Marston's story is rewritten in exactly this way. He is remembered not as a man coerced into erasing his own past, but as someone who could not escape it. His death becomes a lesson about personal failure rather than systemic cruelty. The system vanishes from the narrative, leaving only the individual to blame. This rewriting protects authority. If history taught that resistance was rational, even necessary, it would legitimize present dissent. Selective memory ensures that past rebels look misguided so that future ones feel isolated before they ever act. This is why resistance feels futile. People grow up surrounded by stories that frame change as dangerous and stability as virtue. The system does not need to suppress rebellion aggressively. It discourages it preemptively by making it seem immature, doomed, or selfish. Jack Marston internalizes this tension. His desire for revenge is framed as regression rather than response. The world around him does not ask what created his anger, it asks why he cannot move on. Memory disciplines him by narrowing acceptable emotion. This narrowing has consequences. Anger becomes private rather than political. Loss becomes personal rather than collective. Without shared interpretation, resistance cannot organize. Each person grieves alone, convinced that their pain is an exception rather than evidence. Selective memory achieves what force cannot. It convinces people that questioning the system is not just dangerous, but embarrassing. Progress becomes a narrative of outgrowing the past, not learning from it. To resist is to be stuck in history. This is the final moral realignment. Goodness is no longer defined by justice or compassion. It is defined by adaptation. Those who adapt are praised. Those who resist are pitted or punished. The system no longer needs to justify itself, it becomes the standard against which morality is measured. By the end of this part, Red Dead Redemption reveals how deeply the illusion penetrates. The past is not forgotten. It is curated to ensure that the future never questions why things turned out this way. History is destiny. When selective memory reshapes morality, Red Dead Redemption arrives at its final function of history, to make the present feel inevitable. History does not merely explain how things came to be, it persuades people that they could never have been otherwise. Destiny replaces responsibility. This is the system's most powerful illusion. If the present feels inevitable, then no one is accountable for it. Violence becomes unfortunate but necessary. Betrayal becomes tragic but required. Erasure becomes progress. The system does not need to defend itself because it appears as the natural outcome of time itself. History becomes a force of nature. This is why the frontier is remembered as doomed. Not destroyed. Not dismantled. Doomed. Its end is framed as unavoidable, as if it collapsed under its own weight rather than being systematically erased. By naturalizing this outcome, the system absolves itself of choice. Choice disappears from memory. People no longer ask who benefited from progress. They ask why the past could not keep up. Responsibility shifts away from institutions and onto time itself. That's just how it becomes the final answer to every uncomfortable question. This framing is deeply effective. It removes anger without requiring forgiveness. If no one is responsible, there is no one to confront. The past becomes something to accept rather than interrogate. The present becomes something to endure rather than change. John Marston's story is sealed inside this inevitability. His death is remembered as tragic but fitting. His survival would have felt wrong, not because it was unjust, but because it would have contradicted the narrative of progress. Destiny demands coherence, not fairness. Jack inherits this destiny without consent. The world he grows into has already decided what stories are acceptable. Resistance feels pointless not because it is impossible, but because it contradicts everything history has taught him. The system's greatest achievement is convincing him that fighting it would be childish. This is how history becomes destiny. Not through prophecy, but through repetition. The same outcomes occur often enough that alternatives feel unimaginable. The past narrows the future by teaching people what not to expect. The illusion is complete when imagination collapses. When people cannot picture a different world, they stop demanding one. Progress becomes maintenance. Change becomes optimization. Revolution becomes nostalgia. This is the quiet horror at the heart of Red Dead Redemption. The game does not show a world that is actively oppressive. It shows a world that has already won. Its violence has been historicized. Its injustices have been aestheticized. Its outcomes have been normalized. By the time the story ends, the system no longer needs to enforce control overtly. People enforce it themselves by believing it was always meant to be this way. This belief is the final betrayal. Not of John Marston, or Jack, or the frontier, but of possibility itself. When history feels inevitable, the future becomes a closed book. By the end of Section 4, Red Dead Redemption leaves us with a devastating understanding: the most effective form of control is not force, fear, or law. It is a past so carefully remembered that no other future feels conceivable. Meaning is control. At its core, Red Dead Redemption is not a story about the fall of the frontier, the rise of civilization, or the tragedy of one man. It is a story about meaning as a survival mechanism. Redemption is not offered because it is achievable, it is offered because it keeps people moving forward in a world that has already decided their fate. Meaning replaces freedom. When real agency disappears, purpose steps in to fill the void. John Marston is not given control over his life, but he is given a reason to endure it. Redemption functions as that reason. It gives suffering direction. It gives obedience dignity. It transforms coercion into a journey. This is the illusion's final refinement. The system no longer needs to threaten, betray, or erase overtly. It only needs to offer meaning. As long as people believe their pain is leading somewhere, they will accept almost any condition imposed on them. John's belief in redemption is quiet but persistent. He does not articulate it philosophically. He lives it practically. Every task he completes, every compromise he accepts, is justified by the idea that this suffering is temporary, that it is buying something better for his family. But that better is never defined. Redemption remains abstract on purpose. A vague future is more useful than a concrete promise. As long as the reward is undefined, it can be endlessly deferred. Hope becomes elastic. It stretches to accommodate any amount of loss. This is how meaning becomes control. John is not motivated by ideology. He is motivated by narrative. He believes his life is a story moving toward resolution. The system exploits this belief ruthlessly. It turns his endurance into proof that endurance is worthwhile. The tragedy is that John's story does not resolve. It terminates. There is no moment where suffering is transformed into justice. No scene where loss becomes necessary for change. His death does not redeem the world, it stabilizes it. Meaning collapses at the exact moment it was supposed to arrive. This collapse exposes the truth. Redemption was never the goal. Continuity was. The system does not care whether John understands his role. It only cares that he performs it. Meaning is not designed to liberate him, it is designed to keep him functional until he is no longer needed. This is why the game feels so heavy at the end. You are not left with moral clarity. You are left with exhaustion. The illusion has done its work. It carried John forward long enough to complete its purpose, then discarded him without explanation. The player is forced to confront this emptiness directly. If redemption never arrives, then what justified everything that came before? The game does not answer. It leaves a silence where meaning used to be. That silence is uncomfortable because it reveals how much we rely on stories to tolerate injustice. This is where Red Dead Redemption becomes unsettlingly honest. It does not condemn the desire for meaning. It shows how easily that desire can be weaponized. When the world is unjust, meaning becomes a substitute for justice. Purpose becomes a replacement for freedom. By the end of this part, the illusion is fully exposed. Redemption is not a destination. It is the story that convinces people to keep walking toward an end that was never meant to save them. The fear of refusal. If meaning keeps people moving, then Red Dead Redemption reveals the one thing the system cannot allow: refusal. Not rebellion, not revenge, but the quiet decision to stop participating in a story that no longer promises anything real. Refusal would shatter the illusion because it would expose how little choice ever existed. John Marston is never allowed this option. Every path available to him leads back into obligation. He can obey or resist, comply or fight, but he cannot walk away. The world offers no space outside its demands. Even peace, when it appears, is conditional and temporary. Refusal is framed as irresponsibility, cowardice, or abandonment. This framing is deliberate. If refusal were treated as valid, the system's moral authority would collapse. Someone would have to ask why continuation is always preferable. Why survival at any cost is sacred. Why a world that consumes people to maintain itself deserves to endure unchanged. The narrative never permits these questions to settle. Urgency overrides reflection. Threats compress time. Family is endangered. Consequences loom. There is always a reason why now is not the moment to stop. The system survives by ensuring that refusal never feels ethical. This is why John's obedience feels voluntary. He chooses action repeatedly, but those choices are made under emotional blackmail. The system does not force his hand, it structures reality so that every alternative feels morally impossible. Agency exists, but it is fenced in by values the system itself defines. Refusal would require rejecting those values entirely. It would mean accepting loss without compensation, allowing systems to fail, choosing uncertainty over continuation. Red Dead Redemption never offers this path because it would break the story it is telling about progress. Progress depends on participation. Someone must enforce the law. Someone must hunt the outlaws. Someone must absorb the violence so that others can feel safe. If everyone refused, the system would be exposed as fragile rather than inevitable. This is the illusion's deepest fear. Not rebellion, which it can absorb. Not violence, which it can justify. But silence. Withdrawal. Non-cooperation. Refusal offers no spectacle, no narrative payoff, no closure. It simply stops feeding the machine. John's death is often mistaken for refusal. It is not. His death occurs after complete participation. It does not deny the system, it validates it. He fulfills every demand placed on him. His final act is not rejection, but containment, protecting his family by ensuring the system has no further reason to pursue them. This distinction matters. Refusal would have meant denying the system its resolution, leaving tasks unfinished, breaking the narrative of redemption. Instead, John completes the story the system wrote for him, even as it kills him. The tragedy is that he never had another option. The world never allowed him to imagine one. Every structure he encounters funnels him towards sacrifice. Refusal would require imagination the system cannot tolerate, a vision of life beyond obligation. By the end of this part, Red Dead Redemption leaves us with an unsettling realization: the most radical act in this world is not violence. It is choosing not to play the role you were assigned. And that act is the one the system makes impossible. Conclusion: the unanswered question. To understand why Red Dead Redemption cannot allow refusal, we must confront what a true ending would require. An ending would not be the death of a man, the fall of an outlaw, or the closure of a family story. A real ending would mean collapse, the failure of the system to justify itself any longer. And collapse is the one outcome the world cannot tolerate. The system is built on the assumption that continuation is always preferable. Survival is treated as sacred, regardless of cost. This assumption is never questioned because questioning it would expose the hollowness beneath progress. If survival itself can be interrogated, then every sacrifice loses its inevitability. John's story exists to prevent that interrogation. His suffering, obedience, and death all reinforce the idea that sacrifice is meaningful. Even when redemption fails to arrive, the narrative suggests that endurance itself had value. The system does not need redemption to succeed, it needs belief that suffering was not pointless. This belief is what prevents collapse. If people were allowed to conclude that pain led nowhere, the entire structure would falter. Why obey? Why sacrifice? Why endure? The illusion answers these questions preemptively by framing suffering as necessary, even when it produces nothing. A true ending would reject this logic. It would allow loss to remain unresolved. It would let violence stand exposed without justification. It would refuse to translate suffering into meaning. This refusal would be intolerable to a system that depends on narrative to function. Red Dead Redemption never crosses this line. Instead, it offers symbolic closure. John dies protecting his family. Jack avenges him. The frontier fades into memory. These gestures feel like endings, but they are not. They are containment strategies designed to prevent the audience from dwelling in unresolved injustice. This containment mirrors the system's broader pattern. When something threatens to destabilize belief, it is wrapped in story. Pain becomes purpose. Death becomes sacrifice. History becomes destiny. The illusion does not erase suffering, it explains it away. Collapse would do the opposite. It would force recognition that the system cannot redeem itself. That progress does not cleanse violence. That obedience does not guarantee safety. Collapse would expose that the world survives not because it is just, but because it refuses to stop. This is why the game feels so restrained in its final moments. It does not rage. It does not protest. It settles. Settlement is the illusion's preferred state. When everything appears settled, questions lose their urgency. People move on. But something remains unsettled. The absence of redemption leaves a residue. A discomfort that cannot be resolved by narrative alone. This discomfort is the game's quiet challenge to the player. What if the system deserved to end? The game never answers this. It cannot. To answer would require abandoning the myth that continuation is inherently good. It would require imagining a world where endings are not failures, but necessary transformations. By the end of this part, Red Dead Redemption has revealed the final boundary it will not cross. Redemption cannot be real because real redemption would require allowing the world to change in ways the system cannot control. So instead, the world continues and calls that victory. At the end of Red Dead Redemption, nothing is fixed, and that is the truth the game leaves behind. Redemption does not fail because John Marston was unworthy of it. It fails because redemption was never something the world intended to grant. It was a story told to keep him moving until he could be safely removed. The illusion does not collapse in the final moments. It settles. The frontier is gone. The outlaw is dead. Civilization continues uninterrupted. The system achieves what it always wanted, a clean present, unburdened by living contradictions. History is sealed. Meaning is reassigned. The cost is absorbed. This is the final cruelty. Not that John dies, but that his death changes nothing. The system does not need to celebrate its victory. It does not need monuments or speeches. It only needs continuation. Roads are built. Towns expand. Laws solidify. Life goes on, quietly validating everything that came before. Redemption becomes a private fantasy. People are allowed to believe that John almost made it. That his sacrifice mattered. That progress required tragedy. These beliefs soften the truth enough to make it survivable. The illusion persists because it feels compassionate. But compassion without transformation is just management. The story refuses to offer moral clarity because clarity would demand action. Instead, it offers recognition. You were meant to see the machinery, to understand how meaning, family, sacrifice, nostalgia, and history all interlock to keep the world functioning exactly as it is. The brilliance of Red Dead Redemption is that it never asks you to approve. It only asks whether you noticed. John Marston's life becomes a warning rather than an example. Not about crime, violence, or the past, but about what happens when systems promise meaning instead of freedom. When progress demands erasure. When survival is valued more than justice. The game does not suggest an alternative. That is its final honesty. There is no clear path out. No revolution waiting in the wings. No redemption that resolves everything neatly. The system survives because it has learned to absorb resistance, reinterpret sacrifice, and aestheticize loss. And yet, something remains. A discomfort. A silence. A sense that continuation alone cannot justify what was lost. That progress without inheritance is hollow. That a world incapable of endings is also incapable of true change. This is where the responsibility shifts. Not to John. Not to Jack. Not to the frontier. But to the observer. If redemption is an illusion used to keep the world moving, then the question is no longer whether John was redeemed. The question becomes, how many lives can a system consume before its survival stops being meaningful at all? Red Dead Redemption does not answer this. It leaves you with it.